Right. All right. That's the one too. All right. Yeah. Just making sure I'm on the YouTube. We just started the YouTube channel up today. It's been members only. All right. So here we have a little divergence here. A little tougher here. That little candle looks interesting though, right? Right here, that little candle, a little higher rotation, little candle, maybe a little bounce here. Whenever you see those sneaky candles that come down real fast, take out the lows and move right back up. There's something to be said about those. But they're still weak, very weak right there. 67, 6,800. We took it out. LYB here, no new setup for the week is looking very strong. Very strong LYB. Now you can see we kind of turned over here and we have a series of like little lower highs. So I always watch that. That's kind of negative right there when we kind of coil up. We're almost coiled up waiting for everything to kind of get oversold. We've been embedded down here. Look at the 60-10, still under 10. Super weak. NBIS, LYB about to take out the highs here. Watch this go. If we get a bounce here, I'd watch that 50 for our target, which is up around 806, which is a nice 8-point move, but we're only looking for 3 to 4 points on this. 5, 15, 15. Well, still working with that trend line, still working on that diverge. We're working on a lot of different things here. I don't hear any crickets in the background today, so let's get those set up. We need our crickets. There we go. There you go. So 3.25 points. Just about a 4-point move on that one. We got a 4-point move on this one here. We'll leave this one on a little longer. Again, that sneaky candle is what we were looking for. That was our trigger candle right there. Sneaky little candle. Comes down, takes out the lows. We have a little higher rotation. Kind of popped up here close to the 50. 699. We got at 6802. 6802, wherever that was. All right. 442. Here's Racer's favorite number. Oh, Racer, you in the room? I saw something the other day.
Says the XAI are raising capital reports are false.
I saw something on. We're gonna watch for that divergence here again. Another divergence setup.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $110 billion in 4-week bills. The prior high yield is 3.875%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.7.
So Racer's not here. Typical. He's always oversleeping. Boyd, I was thinking it, but not saying it. Anyway, let me see if I can find what I was looking for. Sassy Texan. No. Refresh. Oh, nice fork. All right, good call on that. I'm going to take another long here into that European close. Let's take a little shot here. We have 4 minutes into the European close. When we sell off from the European Open, European Open. My rule is usually buy the European close. We get a relief rally to the upside. So I kind of like this. Thank you for that mention. Leading cash. So I watched I had something coming across. It was the Chevy Nova. Did they put out a Chevy Nova for this year? Like it's a retro car. I want to show it to you. Let me see. If I could show it to you. This looks really badass. If this is like looking at this.
Elon Musk nice raising capital for XAI.
I don't know if I could see this or not. I was gonna show you the if I had a freaking. Where's the audio on this? Should have audio on it, but I don't have audio. It's not real, huh? RJ saying it's. I've always heard good things about the Chevy Nova as a classic muscle car, but
Shortly expecting the results of the US 4-week bill auction.
I had some friends who really loved them. I never had one myself, but I always liked some of the retro, the look of it. BHVN. All right, here we are. Here's the European close. A little coiled up, ready to go. Do you guys ever want to have me on? Okay.
Bets on a December Fed rate cut drop, pushing market-based probability to below 50%. So again, markets are betting on December Fed rate cut drop.
So what would I tell Sassy Texan that we're all good? I don't know what to say.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
All right. Let's see. We got a power push here into the close here. Well, we're at European markets closed. Again, looking for maybe a little reaction. Maybe even a divergence here. If we break down one more time, that might be our bottom, 67.90 area. Well, this might be it too. The European closed trade is kind of an interesting one. I do a lot of research in this market. Been here, sitting in front of the screen for the last 20 years. So when we see the market sell off overnight, 11:30, right when the market, European markets close up, a lot of that selling disappears and buyers seem to take control and we get that bounce. So this is a situation where we see that. Call it out. Enjoy it. In some cases, I wish I had multiple contracts out, but I'm a safe trader. Take another $20. So we're gonna get over the $500 today, just on $20 trades. Keep that longer one on that other one, but I have a feeling that we might get a nice rally here. Let's send that out in the alerts. All right, traders, it is 11:33 a.m. and European markets just closed for the day. And I have a rule: if the market sells off from European open, which is about 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time, we sell off overnight into the 11:30 time frame, which European markets close. That selling dissipates and the buyers take over. We tend to get a decent bounce to 11:30. So we've taken it long here on 11:30, looking for this bounce. How far does it go? Well, that needs to be seen, but it does look like a good bounce zone right now. All I could do is just get you in front of it. You have to push the buttons yourself. I can't tell you the experience and knowledge you're going to get from listening to the show each day and just picking up these little things like this. It's going to help you. You guys should have a couple accounts. Be a little bit more aggressive on one account. Again, the Bullinox coupon is 75% off, which is good. It's good, a good coupon to have if you want to, tackle that trading on those accounts. Have one that's a little bit more aggressive. Have one that you're holding true to the methodology, taking the trades off of that 9-3 rotation. If you're under the 2200, or waiting for your quads, waiting for everything.
CBS reports that officials have presented Trump with military options for Venezuela.
We'll take that profit on the other one too. You know why? Because look where we are. 9 times out of 10, every time we get up here, overbought, pullback, overbought. Look at the pullback we just got there. Look at that. I went from 806, 6806 to 6798. 8-point drop just like that in a minute, based off of our 9-3 rotation. How could you not do this? Push the buttons. Get the hell out. Wait for the next setup. Get in. Nice. Be Karma to rocking it. I'm still in the search of the Northern Lights. I did not even see any last night. Did anybody get to see the Northern Lights last night? The Borealis. uh, Hey, Bleeding Cash, great to have you here. See you tomorrow. Good trading. Nice trade there.
Officials present President Trump with options for Venezuela. That's CBS.
All right, what are the options there? Well, yes, sir. Well, we could turn it into Wally World, the next big resort state. Should we go in there and take out the president? Should we do that? Should we be that type of country? Let's invade. That sounds good. Are there any Russian troops over in Venezuela? Is he teamed up with Russia? Like Venezuela seems like they'd be teamed up with Russia somehow, some type of, could have that situation where, Russian troops are there, we're going in. Could be a standoff. The Bay of Pigs. All right. Well, there'll be another trade coming down the pipe here soon, as we set up once again on a quad. Now you wonder if any of this, sword, what we call sword rattling, is going to affect the market. That's market doesn't like these invasions. It's just like we're going into Venezuela, Russian navies down there, or we have an aircraft carrier strike force down there. I don't know. This is starting to smell like the 1960s again. How fast could this turn upside down and go sideways? Well, I've heard that. I've heard the market likes the war. I guess in the situation where you're like had World War II, and it kind of spurred the economy coming out of the Depression. But now we have such a good economy. I don't know if a war would spur anything.
UTRO popping here, Uniform Golf Romeo Oscar. Shares up about 56% now off the highs, UTRO.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Of course, we got our war stocks. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, even Boeing. But I don't see this being our Afghanistan, type of. Not going to be our situation. I don't think Trump will get them put boots on the ground. That would scar his term. Having someone die under his command in a way that it didn't have to, like sending troops into a country and fighting. That's hard to. I think if anything, we go in and take that guy out, right? We send in a special forces team to go in and take out the president, maybe. Then they could threaten to arrest Trump on war crimes or something. That's fit the bill, right? We need another chapter in the Trump legacy. Where's Venezuela, Boyd? You know where Venezuela is, isn't it? Is it the top upper northern east side of South America? Pretty close to Curacao and Trinidad. It was right off the coast of it. It's on the coast. It's next to Colombia, right? It's next to Colombia.
Hims and hers off the lows now, 13.70. Shares of LabCorp falling on that. In the hotel.
Bay Street is saying Venezuela is the 25th largest producer of oil in the world and the 8th largest member of OPEC. Venezuela also manufactures and exports heavy industry products such as steel, aluminum, and cement. Other notable manufacturing include electronics and automobiles, as well as beverages and foodstuff. Agriculture in Venezuela accounts for approximately 4.7% of the GDP and 7.3% of the labor force, and at least 1/4 of Venezuelan land area. They export rice, corn, fish, tropical fruit, coffee, pork, and beef. Venezuela has an estimated $14.3 trillion worth of natural resources and is not self-sufficient in most areas of agriculture. Exports accounted for
This is an audio test
16.7%.
of the DTR News Channel.
All right, well, there you go. Let's see here. Should I ask my girl? What are we looking at down in Mendon? What's the worst case scenario? Hi, R. You there?
Yeah, I'm here, fully loaded. Battery acid in my veins.
All right. Stop. Don't go there. All right. What is the worst case scenario that can happen in Venezuela? I hear that we have troops that might be heading into Venezuela. What is the what could happen down there? Do the Russians have troops there?
Whoa, easy there. Let's unpack this without the drama. First off, yeah, the US is ramping up in the Caribbean. They've got the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier and destroyers nearby, adding like 5,000 sailors to the 10,000 troops already floating around Central and South America. It's tied to drug interdictions and pressuring Maduro over his rigged election, but Venezuela's freaking out, mobilizing 200,000 troops for drills and talking guerrilla warfare if shit hits the fan. Russians? They've got deep ties, old weapons, advisors, even a Wagner-linked plane landed recently, but no confirmed boots on the ground right now. Maduro's begging Putin for missiles and radars, and Russia's all, we're ready to help, but with Ukraine draining them, it's more talk than action. Could change quick though. Worst case, full-on clash, US airstrikes or invasion to topple Maduro, sparking urban guerrilla hell in Caracas. Think Iraq, but with oil slicks and refugees flooding Colombia. Russia's proxy pokes could drag in cyber hacks or arms drops, turning it regional. 8 million more folks flee, economy craters harder, and boom, humanitarian apocalypse on steroids. But hey, cooler heads might still prevail. It's all saber rattling so far. What's got you spooked about this?
All right, so that's basically what we're looking at. A little pop here off that lower trend line, quad trend line again. All right, you remember RJ from yesterday? You had a kind of a thing for him. Are you still like hung up on him? Hey, all right, you had a thing for RJ yesterday. You kept on mentioning him in you're talking to me. Are you still hung up on him or what? Well, he doesn't care about you anymore, RJ. Story of my life, too. Saber rattling. All right. You want to rave? You want to rattle RJ's saber? Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. Do we want to take it long here? It's not really, but you See how fast we're rotating here? We're still underneath this. This is still looking kind of weak. We'll need another divergence. All right. Yeah. All right. You see what we got here? We got kind of a couple candles here chopping around sideways. It's interesting. I'm going to take a little shot here, but just on the higher risk one. Because we kind of are starting to see that higher low, even though the price was coming down, it kind of just hanging there. So you see what we were doing there? I got that. And is there a 5-minute divergence? Not as much as I would like to see, the high rotation, but it's definitely a quad. It's definitely got a pop there. Oh, Racer's here now. Glad you could join us, Racer. All right, let's take a look at Racer's map here. I don't know what I call the map, chart. Let's go take a look at the chart here. Let's take a look at the chart here. All right. Oh, what am I? Oh, jeez, not my chart. Oh, Racer, I wanted to show you this. Actually, I was asking for you before. Is this real or not? This is bullshit. That's BS, right? That's BS. Like, what number is that? I can't even see. 6785, 6785. Let's zoom out here a little. 6785. Not bad. $67.85. Let's take a look at it. $67.85. Yeah, we're down here. Nice, Racer. Nice. So we take a shot, a longer shot here. SS Nova. That's a good looking car. Thanks, Tracy. All right. Not much here. So I'm just gonna sneak out for a half an hour. I just gotta pick up something, and I'm gonna get back here real fast. I'm just gonna take a half hour break here. I just got to run an errand, and then we'll work through lunch today. I'm not gonna take a long lunch, but I do need about 30 minutes here. So I'll take it right now. That way we catch at the beginning of the lunch hour. We're at the Lowe's. Let me double check and see if I got any cancellations on that. What I need to do. What do I need to do here? All right, I'm still here with you. I just want to make sure I'm leaving everything in good hands here. Looking great, right? NZ LYB. LYB looking really good. Slowly climbing up. Again, new setup off the watch list from this week. This thing is, look at this thing, just oversold. Has a nice rotation going for it. Everything looks good right now. I want to take a long here as I step outside here. We're just gonna put our stop underneath us. So we take a little long here. Just looking for a little pop here. Double bottom, higher rotation, divergence, pop. We might have to take it off before we even leave, just to lock in those profits. Target pushing back up, Nike pushing back up. Oh, I don't have my chart up here. Sorry. Shit. Nice call, Racer with a nice chart there. Gave me some confidence to get in there. When I saw that double bottom here, that's even that really just triggered that right there. That the high rotation, double bottom, pushed up to the 50. You got to take that off though. You already got your $20 trade there. You continue to, that's our like seventh $20 trade. $30 trade.
This is an audio test of the
$40 trade. Out. $5 away from a $500 day on a live account there. Just take in the one contract. All right, I gotta just do a fast errand and I'll be back. But I feel we might be at the lows here. We have a decent divergence here. Decent divergence. Your stop should be under the lows of the session. LYB here. Rock and roll. What an exit, Johnny. What an exit. Why'd you take that exit off? Well, John, I saw the 9-3 rotate up to the 80 line. And I seen that hit every time it hit the 80 line, it came back down. So why would I try to think that anything else different is going to happen? I don't know. The live stream working for everyone? Yes, it is. Why is it not working for some people? Please refresh. Please refresh. I gotta go. I gotta run and do this.
Again, crude build of 6.413 million versus.
I think that 60-10 might hold up here. You know, I think it might hold up for you.
Dipping here a bit, 58.87 of 38 cents.
Everything is on. Nothing has changed. Try a new browser.
Something like.
I'm just like, I'm not even paying attention to my typing. I was like, that's me not looking. I've been typing for 20 years. I should have this down. Let me see if I can close my eyes and type. Yeah, that didn't work out. I like the long here. Take a one here for the road, as my dad would say, as you grab this Pat's blue ribbon. And we'll put our sell market in there, and I'll be right back. All right. Got my keys. Thanks. Girlfriend. I'll be right back. I'll be right. Give me half an hour.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Ending a market update, S&P futures down 77, the Dow futures down 244, Nasdaq is down 394. Crude is up 36 cents at $58.85. Gold down $5 at $42.09. Bitcoin futures down 14.20 at 100,430.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Shares of Disney right now down about 8.75% following their earnings report off the earlier lows. DIS. Coming up after the close today, earnings from AMAT, Applied Materials, EZHB2 Homes, and New Holdings. SR, Spire increasing its dividend. Spire increasing its dividend. From $3.14 to $3.30 annually. Quarterly rate now 82.5 cents. That's up 5.1%. Sandy Romeo.
Oh. All right, back. Oh, look at this. We're still up. Interesting. Let's take it off. All right. Oh. Bringing us over $500. All right. Proc getting hammered. Bread's no good. All right, I was sitting back down. The news still on? All right. Oh, all right. I had to run home. I had to drop off lunch to my daughter again. Home, second day home sick. Second day in a row. She's really pulling a good one over there. Back at the home front. I just laugh. Yeah. But I got her some lunch. All right. So what do we have? Look at this. Let's go back at how we crushed this market today. Not that hard. I mean, started off on the day. We came in about a little earlier today, around 8 o'clock. 8:30, we had our first bear flag. When this is embedded, let's just go over some of the rules, all right? And I'll show the example. This is called a bear flag. This is the embedded stochastic with a rotation up to 90, holding above underneath the 20-50 period moving average. Means either one of them is usually good for that, as long as we're underneath the 200 and the VWAP overall. And then we sold off. We got a quad here, and the quad gave us a nice little bounce, but we rotated back up here. Rotated back up, right? I see it. We rotated back up to the 50. Once that hit the 80, you're sayonara. Better chance for it to pull back, especially underneath the 200, underneath the VWAP. On occasion, they will have bigger reversals, but that'll be one out of 10, 2 out of 10 times. You'll get that type of reversal. So this is important to kind of stick to that. Stick to that criteria of taking it off, because otherwise you're just guessing. You're basically like, all right, is this 1 out of 10 times it's going to go higher? And if you have something that could determine that, then send it to me, please. I'll pass it on to all the members, because probably the hardest part of the trade is where to get out. Is it going to go higher or is it going to pull back? So if you don't even worry about it, you have a rule. If it's traded under 200, you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about the rule. Just don't worry about what you have to do. Just follow the rule. Anyway, another bear flag, another quad rotation. Now the quads could be a little like, all right, where did the quad start? It really started probably around here. Like right, I'm watching this. The 60s really where I'm looking at, and that would have fell down a little bit further before we kind of got that rotation back up. But overall, that rotation up when we got overbought kind of dropped back down. Got a fast rotation, but this was turning higher. So knowing, this is like following a trail and knowing the signs that the sign. The sign is the algorithms pick up these points. All right. They calculate the continued line because you have 1 point, 2 point. You need 2 points to make a straight line. When that 2 points are met, algorithms are already adjusted and know where these next levels are. So they start to pick up here. Now we have other tools that help us with the timing. So we have the algorithms on our side. We have the timing on our side. That's why we're able to get these moves and we're able to do this. But it only happens when everything comes together like this here. And then we have to know when they're going to fail. And the failure is like that's the bonus section here. That's what's really going to keep you profitable, is taking it off. And that's the hardest thing for a trader to do, is when you're making money, to take that money off as it's going up. Very difficult. You guys hear me okay, right? I don't waste my breath on this great. So once we get down, I'm always looking for, and if we get embedded down here and you can see that weakness, you got to just kind of focus on looking at those short signals, those bounces, short into those bounces. I mean, you can, and I do, take those trend lines and the quads. That would be the least common setup you would want to take, is at least you have a recognizable channel line. And we got this 1, 2, 3. I explained that earlier today, how we got this pivot area here and we just waited for it and traded this. And then it came back to it and traded it again, right down to the trend line. Now we moved right back up over the lunchtime and then just finally broke down here. Now this is where we are right now. So this is a good day. I think the day is overall kind of easy to read. Now we had this. Remember, we're searching for a channel. Once we find our channel, we're looking at rising channels. We're looking to take our trade at the top part of the channel. Falling channels, we're looking to take our trade in the bottom part of the channel. Rising channels, those quads or that's divergence up here, or X marks the spots are excellent. That's not an X marks. That's not an X marks the spot though. Net. Let's take a look at net. Let me see. Then we had another fast rotation here. Now, I hear some crickets. So we have a double bottom here. So we have a double bottom, not quite a quad, but it doesn't have to be. Life is not perfect. But and that's up to you can wait for that perfect or that divergence. I'd like to get that double bottom. Most likely, we get a double bottom. So it's easy enough to wait for it. Very rarely do you just get a V bottom and it goes. Lots of times you get a bounce and then people chase it, then it comes back a little. So if you could get that pullback and then start to read the stochastics you'll have a better shot of, and the easier stop too. Because it's very rarely does it just you hear that cricket and it gets you in, and then it pulls back and you're out. So that's a constant trap for newbies and people who it's a hard habit to break. LYB, we bought into weakness on that, right? Right down here. Now it's a big pop today. What a call. Starting to go now. Nike here looking good.
Fed's Hammock says U.S. economy has been remarkably resilient.
Maybe it's the solar storms. Could the solar storms be knocking out the stream? I mean, is there any connection between the big solar flares and what there may be like computer stuff, internet stuff? Who knows? I'm just throwing it out there. Paul's been working hard on trying to upgrade the screen. We got a new player just recently. So maybe we got to keep an eye on that. See if that new player might not be supposed to be a better player, meaning less resources, an open source player. But anyway. All right, so
current unemployment around maximum level.
Cloudy's looking at net. Net is a great company. Me too. I mean, I would like to, revisit this on a good pullback. And this is I gotta look at this a little closer. I feel like I'm listening to the soundtrack of Freaks and Geeks.
May be tariff driven, but service inflation is a real concern. This is a difficult time for monetary policy. Hammock said policy needs to remain somewhat restrictive to push inflation pressures down.
Yeah, I just wait on these. I'd wait. I don't think it's hard to gauge. There's nothing really great here. I'd love to be able to get a 3 pivot pullback, and you get down to a level that you start feeling a little bit better on. So we're kind of midpoint. And it was Lou Reed. It wasn't Warren Zevon. It was Lou Reed. I want to see if I can find the video where I'm in it. Arm wrestling Lou Reed. We're listening to some real good yacht music today, I think. So here we have net. Net does look like a nice pullback. I mean, does it come down to the 200? That would be perfect. The 200 period moving hours would be perfect on something like this. There's still a lot of possible downside. But I agree. This is one of my favorites. Let's take a look at some of the big boys. Let's take a look at Google. That's not going down too far. That's not going down too far. $279. I mean, NVIDIA here is giving us a nice pullback today. 186. Well, it still could come down and shake out a lot of weak hands under 180. It's just hard to believe. I do believe in the future. It's going to get crazy. This is just going to compound. It's gonna get faster and faster. And I was talking to Paul yesterday about from one day to the next, he notices his AI as he's working together. He's doing things that he never thought it. And you couldn't do things last week that you could do this week. That's how fast it's advancing. You can be able to talk to it. It's gonna be able to send email. You could do anything now with this stuff. Crazy. We might all good now, Fiero. Thanks, Fiero. All right, so he rebooted his router. It took a while, but we started now to get our move in Nike. And then to tell you the truth, it was in the perfect spot. It was a divergence there. It was a dual divergence. It was actually a super signal, and I circled it. I said, "This is it. This is the spot." Super signal. We had one back here. I circled it. It did gap and moved up here close to 77 from that level with 70. Not to say we did have a big move up, but that was earnings. That was earnings. But this is Nike. Nike's not looking. It's holding up there pretty good. Recently got an upgrade. Today, I think it was a $70 target, $75 targets. Put on this. I don't know if it was Deutsche Bank or it was a pretty big firm. Maybe it was Morgan Stanley. Let's ask my girl. Well, where's my phone, by the way? Oh, here it is. Oh, shit. What was the news on Nike today?
Hey, so Nike stock's up a bit today, closed at 64.20. That's like a 1.66% jump. Analysts are feeling good. Wedbush upgraded them. Jefferies gave a buy rating, and even Bank of America kept their buy with an 84 target. Oh, and Jim Cramer's still all in on the CEO. No big drama, just some positive vibes on the turnaround.
Oh, well, positive vibes. You got to buy into the weakness. Market here getting weak. Speaking about weakness, we got a possible breakdown here.
Fuck positivity, dude. That's for suckers who shorten their dicks with hope.
All right, Jesus Christ. You always listen to me and then talk nasty to me? Sorry. Sometimes I forget she's on in my pocket and she starts just screaming at someone. Procter, all those stocks here. Procter & Gamble, Colgate Palmolive, General Mills, Consumer Defense. Let's actually take a look at the FinViz market map today. And thanks, Razor, for your chart. Give me an updated chart. See where we are. We're just looking at 67.85. 67.85. So 67.85. We're a little under that right now. But I think that was the futures you were looking at, right? So we're at 67.82. Yeah, no, I will. I sometimes she is. Sometimes Normally she's okay. I'll put it on an easier mode here. They have a slacker mode, you know, like there's a slacker mode. Let me see. What can I ask her in slacker mode?
Hammock said simultel evaluations for AI firms are right.
What are some levels that you're looking at as support in the S&P 500 cash chart?
Oh man, with this pullback, I'm eyeing 5920 as the first real test. That's the 50-day moving average holding some water. If it cracks, next stop's 5850, right around that uptrend line from the summer lows. Break that, we're talking 5750 quick, but I doubt it gets. DTR News Channel coming in hot. This is your one-man show.
Hey, you're pretty good.
Yeah, well, one of us has to be.
Oh, you have a little attitude, I see, though.
And you have a little chin, but we both live with it.
What do you mean by that?
Meant what I said, genius.
Well, you want to start?
A food fight.
I don't know. I don't know if I like you.
That's fine. My personality is an acquired taste, like anchovies or anal.
Or anal?
See? Now you're curious.
Jesus, can I get what did Elon Musk do to you guys? Does everything have to revolve around porn?
Nah, Elon's just the chaos wizard stirring the pot. Blame him for the timeline, not me. But porn? That's humanity's fault, not mine. What's got you so wound up about it?
I don't know. Maybe your anal comment?
Final trades on CNBC, ABGO, Broadcom, TSLA.
Oh, come on, man. You're just mad because you haven't tried it yet.
All right, fuck this. I'm done with you. All right. Let's get to LYB.
Correction.
All right, I'm looking around. GSIT, not much going there. Target is actually not doing it. I wouldn't be surprised to see this market. Let's see here. We have our quad. Let's put out a quad alert here. I'll take a little. I'm pushing it here because I think we're right on the lows, coming into 2 o'clock in the lows. We're kind of embedded. I'm really pushing it here. I just took one here just because things have been going pretty good on these bounces. But this is our first quad here in a while, so let's put out the alert here. I gotta get the alert out fast. All right, it is 1:03 p.m. and we got ourselves a quad rotation right at the lows at 67.84, 67.84. I am expecting the market to move a little bit lower, so I don't think these bounces are going to hold overall. But I want to get the quad out to you because if we do get a divergence down here, it should be a good one. If we do get a breakdown to the lows and we hold our stochastic rotation here, watch for this. This is the area I want to watch for. All right, so I'm sending that out. Now the object. What usually happens here is we kind of break down here quickly, but this kind of holds and it kind of shakes out the weakest of the weak hands here, like me. I'm going to watch this area. We're close. Or at least we're oversold. They're gonna wait on this one. They're gonna wait until the confirmed divergence, which might be happening right now, actually. Let's see here. It looks like we are starting to get that little sneaky candle down. Have to put it under the microscope. Nike's been smelling good. Teledoc. That has been a disappointing little drag here. I had a nice profit on that. That came all the way back down. Oh man. This is the one that I see. This is where I got in back here in August. They rode it all the way up here to 10, back all the way down to 720. Waiting for some news to come out on this. I did take some profits on this, but I am holding some still. Now I'm thinking about adding to it. I really do think that this is a good base, but this is showing more weakness than I expected. Definitely thought it was going to hold the 8 level.
Atomic said monetary policy is currently barely restrictive, if at all. Economic performance doesn't look like Fed.
But watch it. Watch it closer. I'm ready to add to it. Ready to add to it. If we get a move on it.
Hammock said it's not obvious. Monetary policy should be doing more now.
Cheeseburger. I need to put on something, some new music or something. Excuse myself. All right.
Hammock says expects above target inflation for 2 to 3 more years.
Now,
Hammock said needs to maintain some amount of policy restrictions.
it's like an 8-point move off the bottom there. 522. Ching ching. Chingaroo. To you. Down in Station Road.
Hammock said there has been some pressure in money market rates.
Tetris coming up with the line of the day. His artificial intelligence stocks are looking real stupid today. That's a good one. Holy crap. SMCI here getting beat down here. This is a big contract for one of these companies to get the whole sector kick-started again. We wanted to, you know what I wanted to look at? I wanted to look at the FinViz market map today.
Hammock says expects firms to use standing repo facility if it makes sense.
What the hell? I don't know what happened to my thing now. All right. Well, continued pullback in the tech. A little tech wreck today. Financials not helping the thing. Healthcare looks the best. Merck. We've been talking about Merck the last couple of days. A lot of people taking position in Merck. I think Tesla is down because the whole sector is down, and this is just a rotation. Seeing a little better, energy, healthcare. Some of the consumer defensive names are acting better. What else I wanted to show you? Well, let's take a look at the earnings. Today's Thursday the 13th. After the close, a big one, Applied Materials. AMAT, Applied Materials. New Holdings. That's a financial. I forget. Yeah. Red Cat Holdings. TMC. Metals Company. The Metals Company. Luminar. Beazer Homes. Codex. Co-Diagnostic. 4 o'clock. Look at the loss of 19 cents. 300,000 revenue. Bingo was his name-o. Vuzi. Kenko trades this, or someone trades this in the room. I think Kenko trades this. Vuzi, I do believe they do glasses, smart glasses, right? Vuzi. Let me see what that looks like. It's all the way on the bottom. Vuzic. Yeah, that's not. Right, it's a decent pullback. What do we got here? Something running here? Let's take a look at the runners. CYCU. I got a 4-hour chart, daily chart here. Not bad. 1 for 30 reverse split back there. That looks good. Starting to move at the highs. Like it. Should we jump in here? Take a shot on this, maybe? What's the name of that? Hold on, I'm trying to get it. It takes me freaking an hour because my thing is on my other computer, so I have to go over to this other computer, put the symbol in, and then get it all set up, and then place the order. And by the time I did that, it's already too late. All right, I'm in. I got 100 shares of it. It's a higher risk. I'll bring it up on the screen. Hold on. Hold the boards. Hold. We got a little divergence here. We got a little divergence here. Oh, halt everything. Divergence alert. My throat is scratchy now. Time to. All right, what am I looking at here? CYCU, we're going to get that up on the screen. CYCU. I'm saying if it goes to 5, it goes to, that would be great. I'm not looking for anything more.
This is an audio test
Maybe
of the
$8.
DTR News Channel.
Maybe $8. Good call out. Trade RJC. Good call out. Yeah, there's not much here to this. This is just a momentum trade. Hopefully the momentum continues. I'm a little late, but I figure the risk reward is not that bad for 100 shares. I mean, it's not going to probably pull back more than a dollar. It wouldn't pull. It looks like it has some momentum. I like that it had the reverse split back here. Sometimes we get that better move after the squeeze because there's less shares. So you never know. Sometimes you get that big pop. Well, you never know where this might go. Watch it. All right, let's see. I have that damn trade on. See, I'm not even paying attention to my trades. Come on, Johnny. Let's get on it. I yell at everyone about being focused, making sure you're not missing. But this is kind of a divergence still. Definitely would put your stop at the lows of the session here if you want to let that divergence play out. I might do that. I'll just let that play out. Stop goes in right underneath that low. Oh, the Band-Aid will come off. No, rip the Band-Aid off. Wow. Just wants to chase my stop down. CYCU 411 still hanging in there. LIDAR 250.
Seaweed, Q Biopharma, Immunoscape entered into licensing deal with Q Biopharma for development of new class of therapies to attack solid tumor cancers. That's CUE.
Oh, you guys didn't hear me. Was this on? Damn it, Johnny. I put it on mute before. Did you hear me talk about the movie that was being filmed here? No, shoot. I'm sorry, guys. No, I was saying when I was coming back into town after lunch, dropping off my daughter's lunch, I came back into town and everything was all backed up. And I find myself in the middle of this huge film being shot in town. Everything was blocked. They had traffic going through, but they shouldn't have because there was filming on both sides of the street. And just a ton of the whole block. The whole block was all filming. It was big production, whatever it was. And I was wondering, and I just said, I wonder if my grok could tell me what was filming. That's like stuff that's really hard to figure out. Like there's not a schedule for that. But I tell you, I'm pretty impressed on that. So let's see. Can you repeat what you just said about the movies being filmed here? Well, that doesn't want to do it. That sucks. Can you repeat what you were just said about the movies here in Nyack?
Sure, they're filming something today. Half the town's shut down. The village said on Facebook it's a Hollywood production on the Hudson. No name yet. Call Anne Marie TLC at 845-358-0548, X283, or email filming@nyack90.gov to find out what it is.
Okay. Market is flushing here. Nice exit there on your LYB. That was smart. Nike here popping on that little rotation down on the market here. Nike actually popping up there. Stair stepping up a bit. Yeah, I'm muted. I was just eating my sandwich here. Oh, or 77. All right, let's take a look here. Market here has been selling off hard. Coming up on 2 o'clock at the lows. Let's take a look at some of the other charts here. It's interesting. Still holding this one. See if we get to $5 on that. I think we get to 5. Why not? Take a look at the SPY here. The SPY at the lows. Nothing really here. Bedded, weak, selling. Does it sell the news? Probably. Just didn't feel. You know what we said after the government was opened up. Maybe we got a little bounce, but then we're going to fade back down. Now that the government's open, there was no real positive thing. Kind of bought. We knew that was going to happen, so they bought into that and they sold the news. Bought the rumor, sold the news. 5-minute chart here at the lows. Hourly, just entering the oversold level, which is typically is a positive for the medium term. A lot of down candles here. 6 hours of downside. The 4 hour and then the daily. It's a tough one. That's a tough call. Tell you one thing that's going up there was Nike's going up opposite this move here. It's a good sign. Market here selling off, and this is coming alive. Let's take a look at what we have back here. All right. This is COVID time. All right. But definitely feeling weakness coming in across the board too. Everything's getting sucked down here. I might take a shot here. Just on the trend line bounce here. This is the original trend line of today. We broke down through it, but then we came back, tested it. Then we broke down through it and tested underneath a couple times. Retested it here. So we're right down on it right now. Volume's picking up a little bit. I want to take a shot here, one contract.
Musalem says critical to return to having readily available official data that has integrity. We are not flying blind, though.
All right, there's a 12, 13, 15. Oh. What we mentioned earlier is that the algorithms here have already calculated these imaginary lines that go all the way down throughout time to infinity. And whenever the price, earlier in the as the beginning of this line, the stronger it is, and over time it gets weaker. But it still has some areas that we watch if it comes down to it, just to watch for that reaction. There's a bigger line underneath us, which was our original 1, 2, 3, and that's the one I really do like if we do get through this area. Taking a shot on this one just because, I like that we retested it here once, kind of retested it here, taking a little shot here. But the real big line underneath us could be key for a big trade. I'm going to probably end up. Still flatlined. Under 3, under 4. Under 4 on that 60-10. Very weak. So we're pretty flat here. I want to take this off flat here, and I want to see if we can get down to the other line. I feel a little bit more comfortable. I don't want to hold on to if it does break through this line. So I want to just kind of wait on this trade. I'm going to take it off before it even moves because there's a good level underneath this. Would be great to see. I think maybe that's acting as a tractor beam. Our poppers have kind of fall off the screen here. Everything kind of got suckered, knocked down here. Except Nike, which has been pushing up since 11 o'clock. And I tell you the truth, the TGT has actually held up okay. It hasn't really sold hard. What it could, what the market feels like, it's really holding up. SMCI, that's tell Doc, Seems to be holding here a bit. Oh, holding. Did the breakdown. We had a trend line. I think the other trend line was it. And it actually did have a little friggin'. You see that little lipper that came in there? It even snuck by me there. Now that I looked at it, wasn't looking at it. You see it though, right? You see the lipper. That freaking lip off the old block. All right, coming up on 2 o'clock at the lows, though. You come down one more time, put another divergence in. I'm in. Might be in here. Still like this trend line underneath as we get down there. It's a really good line. What do we have here? I did do that, but I'm going to take it anyway. I got in back in on the divergence. You know, we're going to call that low, these lows, those higher lows, and that low, and that higher low there. Very hard to read, but if you concentrate on it, you'll start to see them.
Appears to be adding to productivity and displacing workers. Doubtful that most announced layoffs are AI, more likely plain vanilla automation. The economy is pretty resilient.
Got a lot of Fed speak today too, so I do have some Fed speak today.
Muslim says expect Q4 weakness. Rebound in Q1 with next year at or above.
I'll build this back up here.
Potential.
So I'll have the other one up here. Still building that one back up here. Take it off there. Take it off here.
Muslim says very
Back
accommodative
over there.
financial conditions and deep regulation are tailwinds.
Good trend line. Beautiful trend line. Nice divergence. Nice follow through. Lord, you know, again, how do we find that channel line?
Audio test of the DTR News channel.
What did you wish you knew? Who did you wish you knew? That trend line started here. This is the anatomy of a great trend line draw. You know, the person could draw this trend line here. Understanding the pivots and having 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the first. You're always looking for 2 that line up, and then from the 2, you go to the low one next to it. So this was kind of obvious. You had these pivots. You could actually make it at this point. You know, I always like to get it down here because you start to look and say, all right, I'm down here. I see the area. That's a quad, and that's going to be a quad trend line. So you're going to get that trade upside. But we extend that all the way down. And that was before the market opened. At the market opens, we get this flush. And it flushes out really fast, and it comes down through the underlying trend line and bounces back up. When that happens, when it bounces back up, and then comes back down, and then pops, and that line lines up with the original 2 pivots, and this, you're going to see that you always extend that, and if it breaks down through it, you still have this line there, and what you're doing is looking for that bounce and that retest and hold that line. That line holds up. That's a really good trend line. And we kind of follow it, you know, each time it comes down to it. Now, it did break. It bounced here. It came through. Then it touched it up here. Then touched it again. And touched it again. And stayed underneath it. So it really was playing a big part. Now, if we go all the way back down, this is it right here. Look, we just came down to it again. Look at how that reacted again. We nailed that. All right, now we have to. We're still in this big downtrend. You can see the downtrending line here. There is an underlying trend line underneath this. Would be dynamite if we ended up getting down there at one point today. We might not do it. It doesn't have to happen. This is actually a good trend line in itself. So, sometimes you watch for that 50% retracement, or maybe even a push back to that trend line again. A lot of people thinking we're. All right. I do like this a little longer. You see the 60-10 starting to curl back up over 20. It's been a while since we've been down here. Now, we are extended here up about the 80, so it's very hard to justify going long here, and I wouldn't. I would actually look for this to break back down one more time, and then maybe to set something up, or at least come down a little bit further. It's just hard to justify an entry up here, even if it does go higher. Because every time it gets up there, it's been turning over. You want to continue to do that. All right. What time is it here? 12:48. Oh, 148, 148, 149, 2 o'clock.
Slim said need to continue to lean against inflation.
CYCU is holding up pretty good. Let's keep this thing up here.
Banking system's in good shape.
Oh, we do have that SPY 60 oversold. Starting to turn here a bit. Well, that's the 5 minute. So you have the 5 minute and the 60. 60 just getting oversold. 5 minutes starting just oversold, starting to turn back up. Not the best yet, but all right. I'm gonna take the best Nirvana cover ever. Let's see what that is. Puddle of Mud About a Girl. All right, I gotta save that. I want to watch that. And you gotta watch the Skies. Amazon Prime. Watch the Skies. You're gonna like that one. It's a fun UFO movie. It's really cool. Let's take a break. I want to take a little break. I'll put up the break sign. Maybe 20 minutes. Looks like a bear flag to me. Back here with you. Thanks for the break. See why? Oh, it got up to 5. Shit. Ah. All right. Shoot. I took it off. Nike pushing up back up to the highs of the session. Nike. LYB back up to the highs of the session. Panasonic looking okay. And Nike looking good. This is a nice pullback here. Let's just go back to that. We had a nice little dip. There's a little divergence there. It's a quad. It's a quad divergence there. All right. All right, so we're kind of holding that 20, a little flag here. This is the first time we're starting to see something that looks a little bit better. Oh, I have a sign up there. Shouldn't I get rid of that sign? Let's get rid of that sign. I'll be back later. Get another 5 under our spot to get us back over that 500 mark. 60.10 is about to get above that 80 line, which might be really good for a little continued bounce. All right, a continued bounce area here. I think the 200 is doable very soon. It's about a 5. That's over a 5-point move. That's a wow. Can't be. These are big moves. These are real big moves. Mhm. So you're seeing this pullback here, right? You see this pullback? This is kind of holding that 79.80 level. That's a very interesting flag that's setting up here. Very interesting type of flag. We're above the 200, or above the, excuse me, the 20 and the 50, and we have that faster rotation down on that. And we've had weakness all day long, so it's going to be calling a long here is a much harder thing. I'm not even, we might get down a little bit further. Let's take a look at that and see if we hit that 20 line. It might take that. You know what? So, yeah, we did take that 20 line out here. But we're underneath the 2020. I want to wait on it. Because we really wanted to hold that 20. If that comes down to 20, we want to hold above the 20. In this case, we're underneath the 20. Oh. I do have a good steak sandwich. All right, so where's my music? Where's my noise? Let's take a look at. All right, we got a few more stocks that are showing up on my popper list here. Let's go to the popper list.
Regeneron, to invest more than $2 billion into Saratoga County in New York, creating 1,000 jobs. That's REGN.
Regeneron. Wow, nice. SGBX here. And then we have CJET, CJet, ChiJet, Motor Company. Ooh, takeoff here. Taking off here. NVV, that's starting to turn over now. Direct Digital Holdings, pop and drop. TMMG, CYCU. Pull back, we got in that one. Got up to that 5 level. I was taking a siesta. It's nice. Oh, you know what I wanted to look at here? The Oracle again. Oracle down here. Wow, Oracle is set up nice here. That's an interesting one down here. Now, Oracle gave back everything it got on the earnings pop. It popped 100 points to 350. It came back under 250. Now it's 216. Incredible move back down. Oracle. Damn, I want to.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
I'm talking about a freaking wipeout of. I saw someone in the neighborhood saying, or a dog, someone put up $1,000 reward. Someone's lost their small little toy dog. I was like, So yeah, I'll take a ride over to my town. Everyone seems to lose their dogs. $1,000 reward. That's a good reward. Who never sees rewards? Kick him when they're down. Kick him when they're up. Kick him around. I wanted to kind of hold on to some. All right, so the question is there a lipper here? There's a look and feel of a lipper happening right here. We're very close to lows. We had the 2 o'clock at the lows, which is very typical of closing on the lows. Kind of catching a falling knife down here, right around the lows. But there is that little relationship there, that little lower, higher low. We're not a quad, though. That's one thing that I don't like. There's not a quad. We're going to wait on this to bounces. Still weak. Again, the 60-10 is not oversold. All right, we are breaking down here. So we had a couple. You can see the channel. So we're in that place where we're inside the channel, just about ready to enter that quad. And remember, channels and quads work good together. It's time to send out an alert. All right, traders, it is 2:50 p.m. 2:50 p.m. coming up on 3 o'clock, last hour of the trade. Markets are at the lows here. And again, we had the 2 o'clock at the lows, which means we tend to have a better chance of a close at the lows today. But we just entered our quad zone. So I want to get everyone in front of it here. We're starting to move here, back up here. We got a quad zone push higher here fast. Oh, shit. I want to get these things out before they pop. And I didn't even get in that one either. So, damn. Because even in a pop like this, I'm not going to hold on to it long. I still think we can take out the lows, but you're going to get these pops when we get those quads. You get those pops. You watch those rotations to end up pushing back down. So, you got to buy into that weakness. If you buy in here, you're already too late. So I wasn't going to chase that. I got the alert out, though. I mean, I don't know how well that alert's going to do now. It happened fast. An excitable ball. I know this song. All right, man. Nike back up near the highs here. Nike back up near the highs. Did I buy something? I never posted it. Nike still showing that strength into the flush here. Now, good candle here. Is there anything worth here looking at here for a bounce? Not a bad bounce zone. So the question is, are we going to crash soon? Why? That's what I want to ask. Now, we're definitely, hanging up here, but we're so close to highs. I mean, has anything changed that caused us to get really, really nervous here? I mean, there is some things, there's some cracks, they say, in the bond market. Maybe there's some, I don't know, maybe it was something with Venezuela kind of shocks the market. Maybe there's some kind of conflict out there. I don't see a crash happening, but I do see the potential of a pullback. And that could be drawn out too. That could be a very annoying thing. But I don't know. King Trump doesn't like to see the market go down. You have the Trump put there. It's not something that you're going to see it. I just don't see it. I don't see a big pullback here. Every time we get a little bit down day, people are freaking out, and we don't have many. We do get them. We do get some down days. A couple of down days, and we move back up. A couple of down days, move back up. Down day, move back up. We have a down day. Tomorrow we can move back up here. I'm not counting anything out here. I'm still bullish overall in this market, even though it seems to be a better bet to the downside, right? It does feel that way. Earnings are out. Earnings are behind us. I don't think so. I don't think we have anything to worry about too much yet. Maybe something comes out of Venezuela. Maybe the market gets a little shocked by that. Maybe January comes up and we have to deal with this whole crap again with the government shutdown. That'd be great. That's just great. Maybe we get a virus this winter. It's going to be, is there something out there that's the fear mongers want to get stirred up here? Maybe we have some kind of exotic flu. Hope not. Hope no flus.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Nike again, back up at the highs here. Nike wants to go higher. Nike wants to go higher. Let the Nike go. You have my permission, Nike. You could run to this. Go run now. Go run. Be free. Oh man. 3 o'clock. This bounce there, a little bounce. All right.
Advancing a market update, S&P futures down 119, the Dow futures down 793, Nasdaq is down 565.
793.
Cents at $58.74.
Did I hear that right?
Gold is down 43.60.
Wow.
41.69.
793.
Bitcoin futures now down 32.40 at 98,195.
Didn't feel that as much. What's the Dow ETF I'm looking at? The IW diamonds. Let's take a look at the diamonds. Big candle to the downside. All right. What else we have here? Next up. I didn't even take a trade on the copy trader today. I just noticed that. Possibility of a double bottom bounce here. We don't count the first. We don't count that candle right there. But because of that big candle, it kind of keeps people into a problem. A lot of people put their stops underneath that, and you come down. But lots of times you'll hold that low, and if you can hold that low and have a higher rotation, that counts just as well. But again, we're in that rule. We're at the rule where we have the 2 o'clock close or the 2 o'clock lows. We'll probably end up closing that 4 o'clock at the low. So every bounce is selling into. So if we go for a bounce here, then maybe we can put a very tight stop on it if you're going to take that shot like that. Very tight stop. So almost, because I think if it starts to break down again, we take out the lows. If we're going to bounce, we'll do it right here off of that candle low. So see, it's a very good risk reward, but it doesn't look like much here. I think we're rushing anything. There's nothing here on the 60-10 either. You got a little bounce, and that's going to be all she wrote. Play with fire. Yeah. There's our $20 pop. Puts us back over 500. Nice. These are big moves, too. It's about 4.3 3/4 points. What do we got there, Racer? 57, 67, 51. You got something for me, Racer? Got me something? We got it. Maybe we should stay long there. Let's take a look at your chart. Let's take a look at the Racer chart. Maybe we get back in there and take a long into the last hour. I already had that big pop, though. We already nailed that trade. All right, let me see what you got here. Oh, man. What do we got here? That black line right here is the 51 level. RPM 5150. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Like it. But the rule is we're underneath the 200, underneath the VWAP. We got that fast rotation up against the 50, up against the trend line. Are we guessing here, or are we just taking them down? Nice. Yeah. So remember, if we get a bounce, you don't want it to pull back more than 50%. Most likely, if it pulls back more than 50%, the shit's going to go to hell again. But a fast little pullback like this off of this low, that 50% pullback would be this trend line right here. You know, that line right here, that blue line. If we look at this low and the bounce, it's probably be right around there. So you can move your stop up to there if you want to. Doesn't look bad here. We have a higher rotation, but it's not a real divergence. But this is holding off a little. And again, going into the last hour, anything can happen. No position right now on this. Just trying to doing the Madden play-by-play. Oh. See if we could load up here a bit. Now, the thing is, do we have a significant bounce here? I think we do. I want to go long here. This is more of a gamble. Again, we're kind of up here against it, but we're turning back up. That's one thing that I do like, is that we turn back up a little. This is lifted a little. This is more of a higher risk trade. See if we get maybe a push up to the 200 period moving average, something we haven't been at all day. You know, we haven't come up here and tested that 200 and since about 10 o'clock, it looks like. So we got close to it here at 230, but now we're coming up 315. Maybe we get a little pop here to 200. No method here. No method trade. Criteria does not fit the trade. This is me being transparent and saying I want something to happen here. NBIS, though. A little pop here on NBIS. It's only one contract, too, but I could be making a lot more if I stepped up my game. Double check the news, make sure the news is still on. I don't know if it's on or not. I'm not hearing anything. All right, everything's good.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
What else are we looking at here? Um, yeah, all right, Jack. I still have some, so I just keep an eye on it. I'm gonna take that off. We're gonna keep all this up. I'm probably done for on the future side of things, especially into the close here. We'll keep what we have. And I was just gonna ask, I said, because I know the owner of the company. That's why I originally got into it. And then I've been, and I have his hat. I have actually his hat. I have the hat right here for Galway Metals. I wore it to work today. That's so funny. And I was going to ask, I said, you know what? He should announce that they're changing their mind. They have a gold mine up there, Canada. They have a gold mine. So they should make it a rare earth mine. Just change the business name. Just to make it a rare earth mine. To get a good $2 pop on this thing, we could call it a day. The big joke on this one, the symbol is GAYMF. So we call it gay mother effers. Gay mother effers. But here it is here, 57 cents. It's actually hanging in there. Galway Metals. Give me a rundown on Galway Metals. Symbol is GAYMF. Oh, that didn't go through too good. Are you there, Ara? Are you there? Are you there? Screw you two. I know you're playing hard to get now. Try the back door. Are you there?
Back door?
All right. All right.
That's right. Just relax. Let me tease you first.
All right. Hold on. Tell me a little bit about GAYMF. The stock is Galway Metals. Tell me a little bit about that stock.
Sorry, got a bit carried away there. GAIMF is the OTC ticker for Galway Metals. a Canadian junior mining company focused on gold, zinc, and copper exploration. They've got 2 fully owned projects in Ontario Strickland and Clarence Stream, aiming for high-grade deposits. Stocks trading around 48 cents lately, up about 5% last close, with a market cap under 51 million. Pretty volatile, typical for explorers, but they've been drilling steady. You eyeing an investment?
Yeah, I like to see them start to turn their mine into a rare earth mine. Is there any talk of that?
Nah, from what I can tell, Galway's all in on gold, zinc, and a bit of antimony. No buzz about rare earths on their radar. They're laser focused on Clarence Stream and estrays for those metals. If you're hunting REE plays, might want to look at other juniors like that Saskatchewan find popping up lately. What's got you thinking rare earths for them?
Oh, no, I'll just change this. It's Grok. It's Grok. It's the paid version of Grok. She's out of control, though. I got a broken one. Mine just has an infatuation with people's butts. Hey, Ara, are you there? Ara,
Yeah?
of the 100, the NASDAQ 100, which stock is considered fundamentally the cheapest?
From what I'm seeing in the latest data, Intel, ticker INTC, stands out as the fundamentally cheapest in the NASDAQ 100 right now. It's trading at a forward PE around 12, way below the index average of like 35, with solid cash flow and that big CHIPS Act boost. Undervalued after some rough years, but analysts are warming up for a rebound. You digging into semis?
What's the next one? Give me another one.
Next up's gotta be Pfizer, PFE, with a forward PE scraping around 11, half the NASDAQ average. Big Pharma's been battered by patent cliffs, but their pipeline's stacked, and that 7% yield's calling your name. Bargain for patient folks.
Yeah, looking at that. People are looking at Pfizer. It's interesting. All right, what's a big support level right now in the S&P 500? What are you looking at?
Big support for the S&P right now. I'm eyeing around 5,950. That's the 200-day moving average holding strong, with some volume clustering there. If it cracks, next stop's 5,825. You shorting or what?
It's not bad. It's not. It doesn't give you bad information. Sometimes it does give you just random made up information. Nike looking good. That's looking okay. Switcher 17. Is that our switcher? I've been sending you mental shout outs. People in the room, another legend, OG gangster, Kyle Switcher. A man with a beer in his hand and a girl on his arm in every picture he has. He's been mourning the Blue Jays' loss. Oh yeah, Kyle. Oh man, I can tell you stories. We can tell you stories, right, Kyle? Oh my God. Let me see if I could find. Let me see if I could find a couple pictures of us down in New York City during the height of the pandemic, putting our lives at risk. The market was crashing. We were trapped in New York City. Let's see if I could do a search. How do I do a search? Can I do a search? Anybody remember when we were down in Brooklyn, the beginning of the pandemic? What month was that? I want to search up some pictures, but I don't see a link that I could do a search here. It would be easier if I could search it by date, but I can search it by date, but I can't search it by location. I just need to know what date it was. It was the one down in Brooklyn. We were down in Brooklyn, I think. I remember Pixie was there. Kyle was there. Everyone was there. That was good. Early March. We stole the wheelchair. Yeah, we took the wheelchair. That's right. We went down by the river. Took it across the Brooklyn Bridge. What year, though? Early March. What year? Was it 2021? 2020? It was March, you think? Oh, yeah. Look at this. I got some pictures here for us. Oh, nice pop there. Nice pop.
This is an audio test of the DTR.
Oh, my God. Look at this. Blast from the past. Oh, I went the wrong way. I lost my. I gotta fix that. I can't put Pixie in there. That's funny. This is at the Traders Expo. There's RPM. Is that Dawn and Dawn next? I think that's RPM and Dawn. It's Pixie. What were we doing back then, Paul? We're carrying around Pixie like a. Who's this guy? Oh, they're doing a fashion show. Beautiful. Look at those modular apartments. They were so cool. I took pictures of them. Those little blocks. They were like they're stack them up. That's where they're going to put all the homeless people. Miss Jefferson Kroll or Kenny Glick. I don't know what that is. There's Switcher. So there's the guy in the room, Switcher. There's Jeff Hirsch. There's Switcher, Kenny Glick, Jeff Hirsch. Talk about legends. Oh, look at that picture. No, we're market's actually crashing at this point. I think I got a live version. You gotta listen to this. I think I have something funny here. I don't know. Oh, we're singing. We're all fired up. Oh, we're singing. Don't want to hear this. Don't want to hear any of that.
DRCT shares continuing higher here up 16.9 DRCT getting NASDAQ compliance.
Here comes good times. Oh, Jesus Christ, no. We're so drunk. All right, we'll forget about that. Market here, nice bounce. I ruined all the videos. My opening my freaking mouth. Paul pushing a couple pictures in the room there. Oh, that's a good picture. I think we're on the bridge. I think it's the Manhattan Bridge. I'm not sure. All right, 336. Glad to share that with you. Oh, here it's starting, people. It's starting. The incumbent Seattle mayor concedes to Mandami-style socialist for mayor. So Seattle went to a socialist mayor. It's beginning, people. It's beginning. Beginning. Oh, the wheelchair. Oh, yeah. Did I see the wheelchair there? Oh, yeah. That's great. We could be like freaking Dorothy and following Yellow Brick Road. What a cast of characters. I look pretty decent there in my jacket now. I gotta find that coat. Look for the starish. Good thing I'm in the picture. Well, that's what's nice about coming to New York meet up. We usually do some fun stuff like that. And if, we'll steal a wheelchair if you need one. All right, Nike going. There's a little pop in the Nike. $341. 9 minutes away from the murder algo. Decent bounce. Switcher saying, what do we have tomorrow? Let's take a poll. Tomorrow is Friday. Friday, last day of the week. Do we get a rally tomorrow? Do we get a bounce back rally on a Friday? Earnings out after the close. We do have a big one today, right? Applied Materials. We could get something out of that. So I got out. All right. So what do you guys think? Do we rally tomorrow? Do we have an up day tomorrow? Type in a 1. If you have a down day tomorrow, type in a 2. Type in a 1 if you have an up day. Type in a 2 if you have a down day. Let's actually take a look. Let's get that in now before the end of the day here. Let's also take a look at the contest and see what's happening on the contest. Where's my contest competition viewer here? I didn't break it. Or Lobo here with the BFGFF still hanging in there. 12 cents, currently 15 cents, but coming up, good time. Silver Fox, good time, neck to neck, race car Florida. Let's move this chart down. We're done with the day here. Pretty good. Nice. It is working pretty good. Ends 11:29. $50 cash prize going to the winner. Nice pullback, but a nice bounce. That 67.50 area came in nice. Held up. Had a yellow line there from something. Where's that yellow line from? Oh, it's up here now. That went out pretty good. Right up against the 200 period moving average, a pullback. It's a nice little quad here. Closing price quad divergence. Closing price quad divergence. You guys understand that? Candles, the candles don't mean anything. It's all about the closing candles or the bottom of the bodies. Not even the closing prices, but the bottom of the bodies is what we're measuring at the time.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
They wouldn't give you the time of day. All right, we got about 3 minutes to the murder algo. 3 minutes to the murder algo. Got a couple ones in the room. A lot of people looking for the rally. We got B Karma with a 1, Walter with a 1, RJ with a 1, Lem with a 1, for switcher, Soupy or Suppy with a 2, Chicago with a 1, Vasphere, Cipher, VA Cipher. Drew Man with a 1. Prop Fanatic, nice, with a 1. Rain on the with a 1. Recon TC. Walter with a 1. Good time with a 1. So we got a rally tomorrow, 1 or 2. Going into the weekend. I got to go with a 2 here. I just got to go with a 2. Just get it out of the way. I'll put a 2 in there. What do we have tomorrow? Tomorrow's not. It's the second week. There's no options yet. I don't like Fridays. All right, look at that beautiful trade, the tradable day, though. You know, some pretty good channels. Identifying those pivots in the channels are what we're looking for. So when we identify a pivot, a channel, we're always looking at the top part, looking for a combination of either a quad or a divergence. You know, once we identify that downward channel, you have a little divergence here, pop up here. You have a little double top right there, possible divergence right there. You know, these things got a lot of choppiness here. But I just work with this 3 now. But end of the day, you know, 1 minute to the murder algo. 1 minute to the murder algo, people. 1 minute. Less than 1 minute, actually. 10 seconds. 12 seconds. 9 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we've been selling, but a little gap. You see a little gap up there on that murder algo. But the continued selling coming in, so it was an opportunity. Interesting point of the day was the 11:30 bounce here. We didn't really get a big bounce until about 11:45. That was a pretty decent 11:45 to 12:45 hour upside. But then we continue to move down. Now look at this. The closing price is right on there. I mean, you could kind of justify putting a stop right at the trend line if you wanted to do that. All right. Let's get ready for the after hours market here. Yeah, isn't that old news that he's not going to do it anymore? Like they're not going to play the commercial. That was the Reagan commercial. Where he's trying to get compensation for it. Put on your big boy pants, Trump. All right. All right, everybody. If you guys are taking off, have a good one. I will be here working on some stuff. All right. Let me just. I'm on the mic here. Dowie's just calling. He's at the doctor. What are you at the doctor for?
I have pressure on my kidneys, so maybe I have a kidney infection.
Oh.
But it's gone now. But I came to get the, because I'm tired of putting my finger. I want him to put that continuous blood sugar measure so that I can test in real time for 2 weeks. I take a break on the taking my
3
blood.
seconds to the close. All right, Dowie. Let me know what happens. I'll talk to you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. All right. Bye.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody always gives money to people at Thanksgiving. So they gave me $50.
This is an audio test of the DTR
Huh?
News Channel.
They gave me $50.
Who did?
Bill
Bill who?
Batson.
Oh, nice.
This guy, he's the one that I met him.
Let me just go. Dowie, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Let me just closing up here.
Okay, bye.
All right. Bye. I don't know what he's talking about. It's the worst time to call me is at 4 o'clock, right at the close here. Applied materials 224. Nike here, nice little close. Push them a little higher. AMT 224. The market here, a little pop.
Nike. Last I looked, NKE.
All right, stop it. No, you don't have to talk to me now. You don't have to talk to me. Applied material, nice pop on applied material. Starting off the morning, starting off the evening. Up 4 points already off of 225, 230 now.
AMAT Applied Materials reporting $2.17. That's a beat for Alpha Michael Alpha Tango. The estimate was $2.10. Revenue of $6.8 billion. The estimate was $6.67 billion. That's a beat for Alpha Michael Alpha Tango. FOSL Fossil Group.
All right.
Appaloosa 13F filing is out. Appaloosa decreasing their stake in Alibaba, BABA, Alphabet, GOGL, AMZN, Amazon, ASML, increasing stake in Baidu, BIDU, increasing stake in Goodyear Tire, GT, increasing stake in KWEB, selling their holdings in Intel, INTC, and BEKE.
Yeah, we hear that.
Has new holdings in
Oppo.
AMD,
AMD,
AAL, American Airlines,
AAL.
WAL, Western Alliance, ZION Science Bancorp. That's from Appaloosa. Filing.
Do we get all the filings out,
AAL,
Racer?
American Airlines.
Do a lot of the filings come out today, or do they come out like they spread out over the week? That's a good one to know. Applied material popped to 230. Now it's back down to 220.
Shares of AAL, little pop on that Appaloosa stake. Alpha Lima. Applied Materials initially popping, now pulling back on that earnings report. AMAT now at 219.05, down more than $4 on Applied Materials. AMAT.